Hey, everybody, we're live, and the Senate floor session actually started a little early. Let me see if I can get the volume here, find out what's going on. Here. And they went out, which is what they want to do. And so what happens is they go in and come out. So let me go back to the here. So Senate folks, it says upcoming. All right. So let's make that right there. And it's 2:30 there for it. Okay, so it's going to be back. It says notify me, and it will come back soon, and the volume is set. Hey, everybody, welcome. And this should be vote day. We went through the public comments and everything. This should be vote day. So the bottom line is that, unlike expectations, guess what? This has a tendency to come in and go out and come in and go out. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. This has a tendency to and eye on it. This has a tendency on this special session vote day. Why they do this like that, I do not know. If you were to ask me the outcome, I think it'll be a close vote of passage. All right, welcome to vote day. And I'll be right back. I'm just going to be in the other room, but I'll have this. So any second now, when this pops up, you won't miss a thing. So it's set to do that. Okay. All right. And I'm making sure right here. Okay. I'll be right back, folks. Okay. Okay, folks. See what we've got going here. Uh, Let's see what we've got going here. I heard some mumbling. Let's see what this is here. It says waiting for Nevada Legislature. I'm going to see something real quick. I just want to make sure that this isn't. Okay, it's not on the live stream anymore. They had it up and now they don't. So guess what? I'm going to put it back there. This is what they do, folks. It's hurry up and wait. It's supposed to start at 11:30, and it's been going in fits and starts. So I'm going to keep it right there and keep monitoring it. I heard it's funny. They'll make some change. The floor is populated, but they won't let you see the floor. Now, I don't understand why they do this, but they do it, and we don't have any choice in the matter. As far as um, you say, try again for what? Well, because let me go through your statements here. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mark. I got some. Steve Macy says, just have one quick question. If this does not go through, what happens the next? Do they do this all over again? Vegas Mark says, yesterday is memorable to say the least. Mark Thompson says, many amendments have been made by the Athletics and also agreements and compromises. The A's will try again, most likely. Hope one that will pass. So A's try again for what? Well, the A's are trying to get out of Oakland. And again, I'm saying this to people who don't seem to get it. Oakland did not handle this right. And it still isn't handling it right, and it's making it political. And for them, political means television, and you see what the politicians do, you assume that they're right, which is not the thing to do. Okay? You don't assume that your elected officials are right automatically, because then government will screw you. Turk says, I thought it said 2:30 Vegas. Nah, it's not true. No, it's been going in back and forth. 2:30 is Eastern time for an 11:30 start time. The speaker yesterday said 11:30. That means 11:30 Pacific, all right? And then that's why if you take a look at the legislature, it says 2:30. That's 2:30 Eastern, all right? He says, I know it won't happen. I love to see him in Sacramento. Yeah, this is what I say. Let's finish this thing once and for all today, all right? And do you think a new ownership group can get it done in Oakland? It's not new ownership, BJ. It's the government. The government still has to deal with the ownership. Why are you guys afraid to deal with government? I'm just asking. Do you not vote? Are you afraid of reading legislation? Are you afraid of trying to understand something like the law? What is it with everybody? Yeah, I just want an answer, okay? What is it? The government and its flailing around got us into this. I've been saying it for years. The only person to listen to me, well, only a handful among them happens to be the commissioner of baseball. Okay? Oakland should have had a groundbreaking by now. And everybody who does this sort of thing knows it. All right? So it's not a matter of a new ownership group. A new ownership group is going to face the same problems that other ownership groups have had. And it's called the Oakland government. All right? Okay? You think the A's, they may. It's not a matter of fear. It's a matter of lack of interest in the complexities of these things. I'm guessing because no one pays attention to what's happened. Okay? You don't know that. New ownership may, you don't know that at all. And if they do, they still have to deal with the Oakland government. Why do you think Joe Lacob left? This is what people don't get. All right. Joe Lacob left Oakland because of Oakland government. He said so. That's why he did it in San Francisco, and then later admitted he could have done it in Oakland, but he didn't put in what he really thought was under another government. So you should be asking, how can the government change? Because the government hasn't done anything. Why would the A's go back under these circumstances when the government still hasn't done anything other than whine about the same thing that it's done before, which is they want the A's to pay for off-site infrastructure, which is completely outside of SB 293 Skinner, which calls for the Public Financing Authority to pay for off-site infrastructure. It's right there in the law. Read it. How many people have read SB 293 Skinner? Probably none of you. Read it. Understand why we got here. We didn't just get here. Okay? Oakland should have fast. That's what I'm saying. Right. That's on Libby. All right. I'll be right back. I'm monitoring this right here. I'm just in the next room eating a very late breakfast. Excuse me. back. Okay. All right. Okay, folks, I'm going to move this upstairs. Hey, folks, I'm just going to move us upstairs. Better venue. Okay. Someone was asking me about why I was in a wheelchair, and it's because if I don't get enough rest, I can't walk. It's very weird. It's a byproduct of 8 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, reducing my arthritic pain around my hip. But what happens is that it comes back, but if I get rest, it goes away, and my hip is stabilized. It's very weird. I've tried to get doctors to look at this, but folks, everybody's so stupidly politicized that it even affects medicine today. We're in bad shape, folks, as a society. Anyway, I discovered by accident that this helps me. So anybody watching this who wants to, make a new Marvel superhero story out of it, just give me a percentage, okay? Uh, because the real story is, well, hey, the original Pfizer vaccine, if you took it enough, you'd realize that what it really does is what people say it does, but they don't understand the implications of it. It tremendously boosts your immune system. Tremendously. And so, here I am. All right. Plugging this in right here. See, I don't know about Moderna. I just started using Pfizer because at the time that's what Kaiser was supplying us with. They actually had Pfizer and Moderna. And they asked us if we wanted a choice, and I said Pfizer originally, because I knew more about. It was quite literally what is it? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, right? But I then consistently stuck with taking Pfizer for the second shot that I had. It wasn't a booster shot. It was actually a second shot of the full dose of Pfizer, 6 months later, and then subsequent boosters. Okay. So, hey, Jeffrey, I didn't watch the interview with Shang. And the reason I don't is because, look, Shang's not going to grant me an interview. So I'm not, and this is how she is, okay? This is our mayor. One moment, please. Shang tried to basically, as I think about it, this is what she did. She called for a meeting with me a year ago to talk about tax increment financing and enhanced infrastructure financing districts on Zoom. I have the text to prove it. She wanted the meeting to be secret. In the meeting, she gave me some homework to do. And I said, Ms. Mayor, you're asking me to be a consultant. I want to be paid. She says, well, I have a consultant. And I said, well, you need to figure that one out. And then I realized after asking her for subsequent interviews regarding Howard Terminal, she wasn't granting them through Brandon Haramy. They were not responding. And I thought, okay, so that's how you're going to play the game. You have me on here, really, Shang, just because you want me to endorse you. And that's it. All right? That's how she is. That's rank. That's what I'm talking about. That's why when she went into office, there were 3 public ethics commission investigations against her. Cases. One of the cases is still active, and that's regarding Leanna Powell. You can watch Leanna. Just type Zenny62 Powell. And you can watch the interview. It's 2 hours and it's explosive. Okay. Because she brought her story to me out of the blue. Why? Because she wanted to tell it to a black media person. She didn't feel comfortable with how the white media had behaved in general. This was before she put her story out. And then one of the publication's reporters harassed her later. All right. So that still smells fishy. It's more than fishy, man. So I'm saying you guys are backing somebody like this who does these things. All right. Who then, her chief of staff, Rena Webb, resigned on on New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, excuse me, and was going to come on my show and kept going back and forth and was literally Jekyll and Hyde about the whole thing. But she sent me her text messages because she was so triggered. Listen to me. She was so triggered that Brandon Haramy was hired to be on her mayoral chief of staff. See, they were served on the council, right? And that she claimed Brandon was one of the instruments of violations against her. Rihanna did, all right? That her chief of staff, in other words, former colleague with Brandon Haramy, former boss, right? That she dumped all these text messages to me and other people, and I published them. Things like her referring to when her and Rena were celebrating winning, they didn't see us coming, hashtag they didn't see us coming, hashtag bye Felicia. It's like they're teenagers in high school. Seriously. All right, I understand that we're in a democracy and anybody can lead. Okay, I get that. But what's going on here is the total tossing out of professionalism. So professional public agents who know tax increment financing and procedure are basically swept aside. You don't know who they are. You don't hear from them. Molly Mabern, the project manager, gave one very bad presentation, and that was it. And yeah, Mark, it is corruption. All right. Okay. That was crazy, Mark. That was crazy. Okay, so let me go back because I'm down. Full disclosure, eating breakfast with my mom. She likes to have her company to watch her soap, so I'm doing that and doing this at the same time. This is my life as a caregiver. This is what I have to do. So I'm engineering this so that it works automatically. I'm upstairs now so that any sound from that doesn't come in here. And where I'm making sure that I'm going to Nevada, and it says waiting for the Nevada Legislature. It said 2:30, right? So it's going to pop up. And again, my phone is downstairs. All right. So I'm monitoring this as it happens. This should pop up automatically. Once I'm finished with mom, I'm going to come back up here. We can go from there. Okay. And so let me see here. Making sure. All right. I've got all that. Okay, folks. I'll be just a phone call away. All right. But okay, those are my thoughts. And then Mark's should have been Nevada residents. Yeah, it should have been. For those of you not watching, it was dominated by Californians and some Oaklanders. Yeah, I didn't watch it. It's corruption, yeah. And nothing, I have nothing against Casey. Casey's my friend at all. Okay? Grady got the interview, so did other reporters. Okay, fine. But I am not giving her words at this point credence given how she's handled this situation at all. She's not letting me interview her. By contrast, I've known Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf for 32 years, said a number of things that were critical of her, and I should have, but she never refused to interview. It's different people, okay? Different people. I'll be right back.
There's a lot of work trying to figure out how to, people that don't read, people that don't feel. So, I do appreciate you. So, we try to get the enough strength. Last year I got some pull-ups there.
Oh, well, I think about, you talking about the upstairs toilet not flushing?
Well, I told him that we would do it month by month.
Okay, that's
Next, the young man is Eric.
Oh, we owe you, how much we owe you?
I'll check it. I'll get sent something to
He's
you
gonna
next
send
week.
you.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And he told me that, and when he got ready, he sent me the bill, and I paid.
Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna go upstairs so I can make sure I get paid.
Yeah.
I'll see you, buddy.
All right, get over
Yeah,
here.
you too, grab trouble, please.
Yeah, I'm glad you figured that out. Cause we will talk you to that, especially when you find somebody that's got brains enough. So anyway, I'm gonna try to get all this green crap out of here, and I've been trying to tell the guy who does my. No, not since I need this, I'm break in the house. But here, I don't get all that stuff here. It used to be going up there, I used to have them, and they both took out, let's put it in here. They had been, get my yard, I had no problem. We moved here, no grass was over it. But I figured out, Home Depot and down here, now I gotta have a guy come to take you on. Take all that out. Because all of a sudden, well, that's happened in here, all that stuff is there. So, the guy, right, number. Yeah, they come around with me. I got people coming in on that. So, yeah, that's my time. I like to put it, well, these trees go fall on my house. And then the guy that does, he does the barn, takes the leaves off the barn, then I have a problem. Hey, getting to go over here. And the reason I'm really crazy about him, I've been going on for a while and I keep having bad people. And you kind of down here, took care of the things that green off the air. You can put building people sitting out here. And that's just a pet peeve. Well, he's become a real big shot, but he hasn't paid. He took over the Charlie's business and he just kept going up. But he hasn't paid. But when you have people that, people get real successful and they ask them, oh, you got that way. Yeah, so, yeah, thank God. I will thank God for it. And that's how I put it right. I'm serious. So when you get all of my friends, my age here, died. And the rest of them have moved away. And I was used to drinking. And bought a home in, bought a home in the drinking houses. Over 65, but it's he built the house. So when it's for girlfriend or whatever, they got a beautiful place out here. He works on the job with me. I suspect he makes about $100,000 a year. Well, I don't make that much. I don't
Okay, folks. Looks like we have some interesting developments here. I'm going to leave that there, but I'm going to do something that's a little bit of a twofer. I'm going to make an updated video as I talk with you here. They said, I'm going to put this out as a live stream, second live stream. As I'm sitting here with you, I'm going to use this because it's big news. If it holds, and I have no reason to believe it won't. Let me put this here. Hold on 1 second, folks. All right. Okay, folks. So I'll put this right here. Right there. Oh, that's not going to work, right? Is it? Let's see here. There. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm putting I've got, well, I don't have my camera here to show you, but I'm making a live stream right here, which is now live. And hey, everybody, how you doing? I've got 2 live streams going. The one here, as we anticipate the restart of the Nevada Legislature special session part 2, which is supposed to have started at 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. Still waiting. But as we're waiting for that, I noted on Twitter a report from someone with a Nevada Independent, John Ralston's publication, that is all over the doings of the Nevada Legislature. And she reported, Tabitha did, I'm going to Twitter right now, Tabitha Mueller, I believe her name is, that there are amendments, plural, that are being installed at the last minute to SB. Hold on a second. Leg. There we go. Yeah. To SB1. SB1 is the bill that would be called the Southern Nevada Tourism and Innovation Act, which basically would result in a $120 million bond issue being given to the bond underwriters for, or as part of the construction cost to build a new ballpark for the Oakland Athletics in Las Vegas at land currently occupied by the Tropicana Hotel. And so let me see if I can find, let's see, amendment. And I found it 56 minutes ago. Yesterday, Democratic senators said they expected to see amendments to the Nevada legislation stadium bill addressing issues lawmakers raised during the regular session. Sources this morning are indicating that senators are seeing amendments for the first time today, which might explain the delay, right? More details to come, all right? And then 5 hours before that, Mitch Akers wrote, there will be amendments made to the Las Vegas Stadium funding bill ahead of the special session of the legislature reconvening today, according to a source. Now, what I'm going to do is, having heard that, I'm going to check with, see if I can get a hold of somebody that I know. Let me get your comments. First, I know crazy. Then there's another live stream of it supposed to start at 3. Thank you. If that's supposed to start at 3, let me see if I can move over. Because this said to Leslie, I'm glad you noted that. Let me see something here. Because this one, crying out loud. Hold on a second. Okay. It says 2:30. It says waiting for Nevada State Legislature at 2:30, not 3 o'clock. Let me refresh that and see if the time has changed. No, because on the Google, with its Ajax, it would change. It's not 3 o'clock, it's 2:30. I'm looking right at it. This is the one that is marked on our current live stream, okay? It's marked on our current live stream, all right? Now, see, there's another question here. There's a number of questions I have, which I'll address on the other live stream. I'll address them here too. One of them is let's see here. 6 minutes ago, Christ Almighty, was taking so long. The A's have made amendments. Yeah, they have. I can't make that call if I can't use the phone. Yeah, but that whole thing about 3 is not the case. It's supposed to start at 2:30. You mean 3 your time is 6 our time. I haven't seen anything like that. Let me go back. I'm gonna make absolutely certain I'm right here and look at what's happening in this matter of the Nevada Legislature. All right, so there is there's upcoming live streams, Senate Finance Committee and Nevada Girls State floor sessions. Let's see here. We don't have anything there. Videos. We have upcoming live streams. Streamed 1 day ago. Okay, those are streamed. We don't have anything other than what I marked. That's not, yeah. So you have upcoming live streams, floor sessions that are really not properly listed. Whoever is managing the Nevada State Legislature YouTube channel ought to be spanked. I mean, this is completely out of whack with what's happening. You expect to see the most recent live streams, right? If you manage a YouTube channel, you can run that strip. They don't have that. They have upcoming live streams for 614 and 616. No, God doggone well that they've been showing new live streams of the special session. They don't even have a special session marked here. And if you scroll down, you see floor sessions from 2021. This is ridiculous. Yet this is what I'm looking at. If I click on, that's home. If I click on videos, then I get, all right, the special sessions. Session from there. And then I get, those are videos. And then I click on live. Then I get the special sessions. All right. Assembly floor session, Senate floor session, Senate Committee of the Whole. All right. Which if you hover over them, seem to appear as if they are finished. There's one that's marked upcoming, and that's the one that we have with 312 waiting. That's for 2:30. That's the only one that's marked upcoming. Okay, that's the only one that's marked upcoming. All right, that's it. The only one that is marked upcoming was the one that we already have marked, and there are people waiting. Okay, now, all right. Now let's see what else I can find here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. I'm going to use this phone. Hey Turk, how you doing? What in terms of the answering the question, what did you miss? A lot of waiting. You missed a lot of public testimony last night, which was spectrum encompassing, from the interesting to the crazy. All right, literally. And now we are waiting. All right, waiting. Whew. Waiting. Now let me do this. Those amendments installed should guarantee passage. Straight out. The question is what are they? All right, what are those amendments? And I'm going to try to find out. So I'll be back. In fact, but if you want to join me in the other place, I think some of you are. Oh, Turk says, I've been with you. I thought may have missed the recent part. No, you didn't. You didn't. Okay, so folks, I'm going to go back here to this one, right? I'm going to go back here so then I can use my phone to make a call or two. All right. Subscribe to Zenny62 and bookmark oaklandnewsnowblog.com. That ends this broadcast. See ya. Okay, I got that out. All right, so wait, that's funny. Yeah, we are. I'm trying to get more here. All right. Hold on a second. Hmm. The only thing I hate about YouTube Shorts is, well, I'll get to that later. What am I doing? I'll do this. All right. Someone named Dyer in Nevada called me. Who the heck is this? Dyer. Let's see what's going on here. Ugh. The heck was that? Oh, guess who gets blocked? Fine. Spam calls. All right. Okay. Hold on a second, folks. I'm just trying to find out something here. Hey, just trying to find out the latest. I understand there's some amendments to what's now called an SB1. Let me know if you can. 510-517-7565. Thanks. All right, folks. I'm going to keep my. Oh, let's see here. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Don't know what the amendments are. I'm trying to find out. Uh, yeah, I get scam callers from interesting places, but when someone calls me from Nevada, when it says Las Vegas, I thought, let's see what that's about. Eh, people. Okay, where are we here? Let's go back to whatever's going on. Let me put it this way. I'm not taking my eye off that at all, off the special session live stream. It could pop open at any minute, it could. But I'm going to go over to a number of places to see, learn what I can learn, and then read it off to you. In other words, I would normally show it there, right? But the way my life works, the minute I do that and get away from it, they come back. So no, I'm not letting them get away with it. No. Or in the words of Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin, no, I'm not letting it happen. No. Anyway, or something like that. That's what he sounded like. It was pretty weird. Okay, maybe I ought to do voiceovers. Excuse me for 1 second, folks. Hello, sir. How are you? Rested, considering I stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning watching the doggone session and videoing it. No, they went that long. Yeah, I've got 11 hours and 34 minutes, or 11 hours and 50 minutes of video straight away, just ran straight. So I sit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh God, that was killing me because the the neutral wasn't really neutral. Oh, did you hear that one lady I was getting after the speaker for having her kid there? Yeah. Oh, is that who she is? Oh my lord. Right, that's her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought you gotta be kidding me, man. Oh, hey. So, you know anything about the amendments or that are on the table, or? Hmm. Yeah, same. It's 11. It was 11:30 there, uh, and it was supposed to start at 2:30 here. It didn't, and now it is 5:39, which means it's what time back there? 1:39. And so 2:39. I'm sorry. Come on, Zenny. Golly. Yeah, my brain is fried. Anyway, but Tampa from the Independent put out on Twitter, and Mitch Akers did 5 hours before that the A's were going to install amendments into the bill. That's how he put it. Yeah, that's why I gave you a buzz. So I thought maybe he might, Uh, I, hmm hmm Oh, yeah. Well, I may have misspoken when what I read was what he wrote verbatim, but the way Tabitha put it, the amendments would be at the behest of the legislature for the yeah. So it's just, so there you go, right? So yeah. hmm Yeah, absolutely. Right. It's absolute total background. Right. Total background. hmm Yeah, the waterfall. Right. hmm Wow. Hmm. Right. Right. I remember the carve out for the homeless programs. Yeah. hmm Oh, so let me guess. They changed the order. Yes, hypothetical. Gotcha. Yeah, it's not certain. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, Dave Cobble when he gave that answer. Ooh. Oh, it was he. But Dave does that. He. I like Dave as a friend. Okay, so that's why I say that. And we've had a lot of But what he does, he gets a little. Um, he starts to overthink what he's saying, and not because he doesn't have confidence in the material, and that's the problem. He doesn't really. He's more of a marketing guy, um, and it was. And he got yeah. And so when you present him something that's off script, he doesn't have the response. He gets flustered, and he doesn't know quite what to say. He did that with when he announced that there was the build out for 12 billion of Howard Terminal. He announced that as the economic impact. You and I both know that's not the impact. But that's what he did. I even texted him. I said, "Hey, that's not your economic impact. That's your build out." He does that. Yeah, I know. Well, it's because he went to Stanford. He does that. Okay, that's the reason. No, no, no. But see, now had he went to Cal, he would have not made that mistake because too many of us are 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 intellectual assassins, as we like to think we are. Even especially after it's done. Yeah, especially because it's done to us. Now, Cal doesn't take prisoners. Stanford does. Thank you. I'll resemble that remark, but it was just you know. Oh, you went to the party school with well, see, hmm yeah, no, I understand. All right. Hmm. Mhm. Wow. Oh, I'm jealous. I wish I had that in my head when I chose to go to Texas Arlington, because when I went there, I so realized what it was about at all. It was a commuter school. Oh my lord. Is that how you met your wife? Hmm. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. 45 years later. Mhm. See, I want to live your life. Or, yeah. Sort of. I like my life, but I'm just saying. Right. That's the way. See, that's the way. I that hasn't worked out for me. Well, I have a plan, but I gotta make the mom happy first. That's the main thing. But it's Oh, let me ask you while it's on my mind. Do you think that? I mean, I don't think it was, but do you think that Dave's testimony was enough to sink anything? I personally thought it was a non-starter. It was like, okay, whatever. Hmm. Right, right. How's she doing, by the way? Good, good. Mhm. Theater. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Like take the bond issue off the table. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that would be nuclear. Yeah. Yeah. It would be. Hmm. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I would be shocked if they did that. I mean, if they said they weren't going to come on that basis because of all the pretense they made to wanting to help in the homeless program in Oakland. So for the Athletics to say that in the Oakland The Vegas context would be a shocker. I mean, I can't see it. Um, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It is. Yeah, you're right. It's the only item. Yeah, so something's up. Something's cooking. I personally hope it goes through because while it's cooking, we're not doing anything in Oakland. You know, and the mayor gives a interview to some people. I didn't even bother listening to it because I don't know if I told you this, but I actually made a video about it. I uncovered an email that was written to Dave from the assistant city administrator 2 years ago plus, saying, "Hey, there's $290,000 in the in our available for the project manager for Howard Terminal." That person had been hired. So the date of this email was February 26, 2019. And it says, well, can you wire the additional $117? I'm thinking, wait a minute. The assistant city administrator is not the person to be asking the president of the A's to wire him money as if she is the godfather. You know, your revenue. I mean, you know this better than I do. Would you advise your clients to handle things like that? Right. I mean, and yet I put this out there because it looks like, as I had said before, and I said repeatedly to anybody who wouldn't listen, we don't have a process. Hold on a second. We don't have a process, and if we had a process like every other stadium authority, where you have approved upon funds and approved upon structure, as was the case with the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, as then you don't have these mistakes of who's contacting who and it looking informal. But the way it looks right now, I could say, because I know that we didn't have a project manager then. So I'm thinking, well, did the assistant city administrator drop a part of that money to pay herself as the project manager until we got one? Because we didn't get one until later in March. And then there are a number of documents where the assistant city administrator on this is Betsy Lake. She signed her name as if she was the project manager, and the project manager, who was Molly Mayburn's signature, was nowhere to be seen. And these are on documents to the city council. Okay, so that's the kind of that's why from day one, um, regarding what became SB 293 Skinner, I said we need a public financing authority. We need a structure. This is unstructured. And so in section 1090 in California law government code, that says, hey, that's conflict of interest. And that's how bad it looks. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I remember, wow, the three casino owners. Yep, Steve Hill. Yep, yep. Uh what's her name? Oh shoot. Yeah, It you well you yeah I okay yeah you I remember, yes, you were, that was you, yeah. You're a good looking person, I'll say that, why not? Hmm. That's right, no. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, so you didn't want to have the appearance of kind of playing both sides of the fence. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean they're trying to it looks to me like you all learned from the first time, right? That there's a lot of that I see where okay, and there's a lot of testimony where they point to that. We learned from Allegiant Stadium. But see, in our case, we haven't learned anything. And the it's so intensely political that structure has been tossed aside, format has been tossed aside. When you say you need a structure, it's not paid attention to. They immediately, almost like knee jerk, pull back to, okay, well, who's going to sit on this seat? Who from the county? How many seats? We don't have enough seats. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you don't let that stop you. And quite literally, that's the kind of thing that was stopping them. You know, it wasn't. They weren't giving any thought to, well, we need a professional cover because if you look at the law in California, it really points to that. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I can't wait to see what comes out of it. But again, I'm thinking, we have people arguing, well, you shouldn't have public money in it, and they're for the A's. But when we were considering, like more than considering, when we were working on putting public money in the Howard Terminal project, they never popped up. Yeah, that's the kind of hypocrisy we have going here. Ugh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. They're all completely different. Yeah. Like night and day. What I was trying to explain to people is, and I think someone did it the other night. I said, look, but you know what? I'll tell you. Originally, Dave was under the impression he expressed to me that he thought they could get the hotel tax. I said, "Are you crazy?" I said, "They're not going to let you have that." But he was under the initial impression that if the A's, if the Raiders got it, then they can get it. And I said, "No, the Raiders barely got it." Yeah, that's Stafford. Yep, that's it. Stafford. Yeah. Hmm. But I think, in fairness to anybody else, I think that was Dave's invention in his brain. Being acquainted with him as I do, I'm pretty certain that's where he got that from. It was more like, if they can do it, we can do it. And this was what, 2 years? yeah, almost 2 years ago, and I said, um, that's not how it works, because I said the way, and you remember this, and you think you'll confirm what I'm about to say. The biggest concern on the SNTIC was having a hotel tax that would allow Las Vegas competitors to say, "Oh, hey, their rates are higher because they paid all this for the stadium, and oh, it's going to be more expensive for you to have your event, and your people are going to pay more. So why don't you come to, name it, Chicago, New York, San Francisco, right?" Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the resort fee issue. Yeah, yikes. Yeah, how about $55? Eee! Look at that, like, man. Yeah. Mhm. No, that's extortion level. It's like, my God. Oh, mm, yeah. More than that. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised still you guys don't have light rail yet. Uh, Yeah. Uh-huh. Go between the strip and serve, T-Mobile, serve the North Strip, that sort of thing. Yep. Right. Wow. Right. Absolutely. Oh, hey, you know who I had on my show Monday was Christian Giuliani. We had a almost hour-long conversation. Really wonderful. Yeah. Yep. I'll send you the. Yeah, we had a great talk live. I'll send it to you. And she just got back from Scotland. She was drinking beers in Scotland. Yeah. No, we had, it was wonderful. I just decided, because I mean, she was one of the people, including yourself, who were really nice to me, and I thought, you know, I need to check and see how she's doing, and maybe she wants to come on the show and talk. And so I did, and she called me back and said, "Yeah, I'd love to come on," and that's how it started. Uh, and she's retired for now. Will she come back to the politics? That's a coin flip. More, but no more no than anything else, because she's really enjoying the life as she has it now. But she also was telling me about light rail and the politics behind that, and we talked about from the problems as she saw it with the stadium proposal and everything. And I made it so it wasn't a debate, because I told her where I was coming from before we started. But I said I want this to be a more of a teach-in so that people can understand how Nevada and Las Vegas politics work. So I said, this is your platform. I'm going to do a lot of shutting up. And she does, yeah. And I let my mom watch her, because poor mom, I didn't want her to be by herself downstairs. So she loved it, and Chris loved her listening to it and all that. And yeah, it was a great time. I'm glad she did it. She was talking to me about, that's what she was telling me about the politics behind why light rail hasn't come to be and everything else. Yeah. Oh, the boring thing? Yeah, oh, brother. You know, they didn't run into like some aquifer they didn't know was there, right? I'm just kidding. Maybe they'll dig up Godzilla. I'm just kidding. But hmm, that's fun. That's the sort of stuff I went to school to do. I remember I worked for a guy named Angus McDonald for about that long, a long time ago. And after I worked as an intern to the city, uh, and I made an area redevelopment economic model. Anyway, we had, you know what LAFCOs are, local agency formation commissions. They are in California parlance, and basically, if you have an unincorporated area and it wants to be a city, you have to go through them. And so LAFCO has this system where they estimate what a budget for a assumed new municipality is going to be. And Angus had a particular formula, but he wasn't sure how it was working, and so he said analyze it. So I did. You know, I analyzed because he made it from scratch, but he actually hadn't tested it. So I made a spreadsheet and tested, and I discovered that in all the cases, all the runs that I made, the over budget was like 20%. So he fired me. I mean, I did my job, right? So I thought, hey, you want to do that? I said, okay, fine, go ahead. And so I went out and started my own consultant, and that's and then my friend Kofi Barner just become the director of the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency, and so everything got kicked off from there. That was way back in 1991. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have a memory like an elephant. In fact, elephants often consult me, although I wish they wouldn't sometimes. But anyway, I'm gonna let you go so you get back to that. Uh, yeah, me too. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's exciting stuff. I'll say go Knights. Got it. Yeah, yeah. That's got it. Say again. What? I thought you were thinking. No, this is your own team, right? Right. We have the Sharks, but see, I want the San Jose Sharks to be the Oakland Sharks. I want. You know what I want us to do in Oakland? I want us to start being aggressive. I want us to start going after teams that other cities have because we're always getting poached. Why not? You know. Yeah, that's the problem. Our number one problem are our politicians, and I'm saying that just I said it before. I'll say it again. Um, we are not being served well by good people who have good intentions but don't know how to get there. And yet they have a title now and they feel that they're entitled to do things their way simply because they have the title. And the way this where we're going, they're having a rough ride. Okay, and it's unfortunate. But if we pull together like we used to as a city, we could get it done. But I don't have faith that this particular group's going to get that done, to be honest with you. Yeah, and I've never said that before either. I'm really down. I'm so disappointed in my city. It's beyond measure. Yeah. So there you go. You got it. Mom's from number one. you got it. You got it. I'll let you know I'm headed that way too. So I owe you a dinner. All right, man. I'll see you. Okay. Bye. Oh, okay. All right, folks. Here's the skinny. Okay. Here's the skinny. One of the amendments, and I was talking to a friend of mine. Who's just a great guy, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. But he told me that, and this is partly, his speculation. I'm not going to do the odds, Mark, and the reason I'm not is because let me tell you the story first. Everybody wants to get to the touchdown without asking what play was called. I'm the different. I want to know what play you're going to call. I want to know what defense you're up against. And then we can discuss the touchdown, right? Here's what's going on. In the original legislation, there is a kind of a waterfall. It's referred to as a waterfall. Waterfall is if I take a glass of water and I pour it into a vat, then it overflows in municipal finance circles. That overflow is called a waterfall. Okay, so that waterfall implies the existence of a catch spill. So in the case of what was called SB 209, that catch spill consists of a number of different policy interests and projects, one of them being homelessness. Okay, so in the original waterfall, the homelessness program is number 5 down. And as I understand it, and this is not certain, but as I understand it from my phone call from someone who's in a really great position to know, that water, that will be moved up. So the idea is they're putting these amendments out. These are coming from the legislature, but they're putting these out to see if the A's will cry uncle. Not that they don't want to do them. And the A's more than likely will say, yeah, we want to do that. Because the amendments are not nuclear. To show you, okay, so the question is, what would be a nuclear amendment, right? What would be something that's kind of like, oh, okay. Well, a nuclear amendment would be saying, all right, we're going to remove the bond issue. That would be nuclear. Okay. Now, in my world, I'm thinking if I were advising Dave, John, and company, I would say, hey, how about removing the bond issue altogether? Because if you get an approval, you're going to make up that 120 million like that. All right. So why not get a developer partner, and make some kind of deal with that developer partner, and then have that developer partner pay in by 120 million? Could be a hotel partner, right? Because Bally's is going to do the hotel piece. Maybe the A's can find the hotel partner. Hotel partner actually designs a stadium that has hotels in it to a degree. I'm just thinking off the cuff, okay? Because I've always been a proponent of ballparks and stadiums that had hotel rooms in them, like 300 at the least, or 1,000 in the case of the stadium configuration I designed for Mark Davis and the Raiders, which allowed me to command enough money to walk up to him at the 2015 NFL special meeting in Schaumburg and say, I have $2 billion for you, Mr. Davis. And that's exactly what I did. I said, Mark, I got $2 billion in my pocket. I was only half serious. Well, 70%. But my point is, that's because I've done the math. All right. But my point is, it's likely that they're going to play around with that waterfall. And in total, the amendments will reflect the socially conscious nature of this Nevada Senate. All right. So that answers your question. Then Mark says, that's an interesting idea. I never thought of that before. Hotels in the stadium. Oh, hotels inside a stadium is age old. It really is. I remember an Architectural Digest which pitched a particular stadium like 30 years ago that was to have that. And why it's not done more often is beyond me. But if you're talking about sports tourism and building a stadium, the first thing you should do is partner with a hotel chain and mate your stadium / ballpark with their hotel designs and come up with a killer result. I'm serious. Cities should push for this as well because, Al says the Toronto Blue Jays stadium has a hotel built in. Yeah. In fact, that's where I got the idea. Because then it's truly a tourist attraction. All right. And what about casino hotel? Why not? Absolutely. Absolutely. And that can happen. There's no legislative demarcation line that says the A's cannot build something that's partially a hotel on that site. Now, the hotel money would go to the hotel. Actually, that's not true. Anything on that site would go to them. You have to parse that out because you could have the entrance of the hotel there and then the hotel itself goes over. So on the entrance side, yeah, you have some functions and revenue generations that then inure to this bond issue. But then once you cross that line, all right, that's doable. I mean, I would push for it. Okay. I would push for that because that's sticking right out there. Because the way you could do it, you could say, all right, if you were to remember the calculation that I came up with was such that I was able to pull $400 million out of a 1,000 room hotel, 1,100 rooms. And I got that 400 million back within a year because I was drawing money out of it. And when I was drawing out, you say, what was I drawing? The net operating income of the hotel. So if you keep your hotel prices high but affordable, you can make that net operating income work for you. The configuration I designed assumed no redevelopment. So now with redevelopment, I would ask for a construction subsidy, which I then would walk in, which would really help. I wouldn't actually need that 400 million because this all started because Mark had said to me at the 2013 NFL Spring League meeting in Atlanta, he said to me, I have 400 million and I want to spend on a stadium. And so I broke that story. In fact, Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network got mad because they picked up on what I was talking about with Mark. And I put it out there with my smartphone, right? And so I was 2.5 hours ahead of them. All right. So thinking it could be connected. Yeah. Hotel and casino. Right. And the reason why, that's why these so-called economists like Hal, the hot dog guy, or whatever his name is, and all these other people really have no business making commentary on this project because they don't understand urban development. They don't understand cities. They don't understand stadiums. They make a lot of mistakes because their emotions get away from them. And how the hot dog guy did not speak out about public funding for Howard Terminal. So here he is speaking out about it against the Vegas Stadium. Give me a break. I say this because I've challenged him to a debate. He has not answered back. He is afraid to debate me because he knows I'll win. He knows it. Otherwise, why not? Because I'm going to keep saying it. He's wrong. He keeps quoting these other economists because he doesn't like that the Athletics are making a move out of Oakland. I get that. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt. Seriously, a bunch of them. All right. So let me get to it. All right. So anyway, but my point is, if it's connected, if you think about it, a person can go in there and go to the casino, watch a little baseball without even and buy. They could buy an entry ticket into this facility, right? Not even set foot in the stadium, save for watching it SRO, standing room only style, and keep on going. And so what do you have? You have a swirl of people that wind up pushing the overall visitation and attendance, overall visitation, well over what it would be on a per seat basis, so that on a per seat basis, it looks like it's 30,400 when there are only 30,000 seats. So you'd say, where did that 400 come from, right? All right, the hotel casino. He says, Zinni, can you explain why the A's are asking for control of all of Howard Terminal, but in Vegas they only get 9 acres with no ancillary money going to Bally's? Because, first of all, the situation right now is different because of the economy. The economy is very, very bad. It has been wrecked by worldwide shutdown of businesses and deaths due to the pandemic. Monies that were fund balances that were once healthy, more often than not, have been sucked, in a number of cases, bone dry. So that changes your ambitions. You have to remember Howard Terminal was designed so that other developers could build on it, not just John Fisher. John Fisher wasn't going to spend his money to build that $12 billion. The idea was to have control over the land and then resell that land to developers or charge a ground lease. So they were just going to outright resell it. I didn't see a ground lease structure. But either way, they were going to be the master landlord. That was the idea. So they were going to make money in that way. Now, for the city side, and this is where the city was really, really stupid, and I pointed this out again and again and again. It's on record. If you have a $2 billion ballpark, right? Or ballpark and event center, whatever. If you have that, and then if you calculate 45-year bond issue with a 4% rate of growth per annum, and the bond issue is at 3%, 3.5%, okay? So you're looking at a tax increment of roughly 1.6 billion. Okay? That's what you're looking at. That's your increment. That's your revenue. I'm sorry, Zenny. That's your revenue. Your increment's much bigger. That's your revenue. Your revenue is 1% of the increment. So that happens if you're talking about a $2 billion ballpark at base year. But what if you had a construction schedule that showed you're going to add an additional 700,000 square feet over a period of time from the first year of the project to the 7th year, and that totaled $12 billion of assessed value, right? Because that was what the A schedule was. The magic question, if you're going to do enhanced infrastructure financing district using tax increment financing, what's the magic question? The magic question is, what is the revenue from the tax increment calculation I should expect given the same rate of growth in assessed value? The answer when I ran it through my spreadsheet was $9,700,000,000, roughly. Okay? $9 freaking billion. If I'm a city and I'm a redevelopment agency or public financing authority, or more appropriately, Howard Terminal Public Financing Authority, I want that money. And I want the athletics to know that that's the money that we want. And I want the city to know that, because that can fix a great many problems, and that can fund the community benefits piece many times over, right? That's the way to think about it. And that, see, those of you who are upset with me about taking the stance I have taken in saying let the A's go because the city of Oakland has not operated properly in maintaining them, have to understand there have been a great many errors in judgment and thought the city has made over the past 5 years that has got us to where we are. And I pointed out those. You have to remember, and Dave Cobble will tell you that this, he said it on camera, I am the one who gave him the idea to use tax increment financing. He insisted that public money wasn't available to use. I proved to him it was. He asked me to send him the document regarding SB 628 bill, signed into law by then California Governor Jerry Brown in 2015. Okay? So, all right. I'm curious about what the Tropicana Mega Resort would look like and how it ties with the Tropicana. Hi, Gabriello. The Tropicana Mega Resort was something that was planned. I wish I could show two screens here. About 10 years before this. And I can tell you it included 600,000 square feet of convention space, 3 units, 3 buildings, building units, 3 buildings of hotel room units, totaling 3,000 rooms. It wasn't built for, as I recall, I thought they had problems with caliche down there. They didn't quite know how to get out of it. Maybe, I think there was an aquifer problem. I have to re-research that. I'm not certain. And I think also it was finances. This is a combination of that, but it didn't get built. This is going to be, for all practical purposes, that mega resort. Just include baseball. Yeah, the hot dog guy. And I came out with the Howard Terminal spreadsheet with tax increment revenue. Now, you would think a regular journalist, right, be really interested in that and tell that as a story. Hey, Zinni Dulip made this, and here's Zinni's background and everything else. Instead, the Chronicle didn't do that. You know what they did? They then trotted out, just look at the timeline. They trotted out how the hot dog guy, so they could have, and I'm going to say this in a way people don't like, but it's true. They brought in a Caucasian guy they thought was more acceptable to their base of readers, to have this, what they thought was technical perspective on the A's, as opposed to a guy who actually has done tax increment financing, who could have been a great use to them in terms of helping them better explain the situation to their readers. The Chronicle doesn't care about that. I know. I was on City Bright's blog team. In fact, of the 100 million page views that City Brights generated, you're looking at the guy that generated 1/4 of them. I made more traffic for the Chronicle, totaling $102,000 of advertising revenue to the Chronicle by 2011, such that in 2009, when I started blogging on it, and a few weeks later, a meeting was called that Phil Bronstein, the executive editor, then told me about. And before I interviewed him, you can see the interview here on Zenny 62. He said, your name came up in a meeting with a big boss. I'm thinking, well, who's the big boss? Stephen Schwartz. Okay. We have a spreadsheet, Phil said, and it's of the traffic that all of the divisions bring in. Like, for example, front page, headliners, that sort of thing, right? He said, this is for sfgate.com. He said, the website, he said, at the top of the spreadsheet was the name Zinni Abraham. And he wanted to know who that was. And they said, well, yeah, he's a guy, he blogs for us and all this. So then they sent Michelle Slack and Vlay Kirshner to bring me in and interview me. And so the first thing Vlay says, we want to know if you're using special code. And I said, what? In other words, they couldn't believe that I knew how to do something they didn't know how to do. I had to be doing something that in their language was untoward. The implication being, well, because you're black, you can't possibly know anything that we know. And I told him that when I started with SF Gate, I was getting death threats. Because I explained this to Skaggs. There are people who didn't want me as a black guy on there. They didn't have anybody black. That's how I wound up being on there. They had Richard Lieberman, who I went to Skyline High with, in Bret Hart Junior High, friend of mine to this day. And I called Richard. I said, congratulations. And I said, how come they have anybody black? And he goes, I don't know. Call John Diaz. So I called John, who is the editorial page editor. And he goes, well, do you want to do it? And I said, sure. And that's how it happened. I took him to dinner and say, thanks. He said, we can't pay you. I said, that's okay. Do you mind if I put this code up here for my YouTube channel? All right. And that's got nothing to do with anything. That's not like special code to make me appear at the top of anything, or anything like that, right? So that's just to get me paid. So you can watch the video, and when you're watching the video, it activates Google AdSense, and I get paid. And I told them all that. Heck, they're the Chronicle. They could have figured that out by calling, blankety blank YouTube and Google, right? Or emailing them, right? So anyway, I installed that code, and what I discovered this with Susan Boyle, who was on America's Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent. And remember back then, if you're that old enough. And it's not that long ago. And anyway, I discovered that, and this was all new then. You have to remember, this is like 2009. The traffic measurement systems, what I discovered after I put all that together, and then I had the death threats, and Yobi Benjamin, a fellow City Brights contributor, was working on something called Clicky, which is a kind of traffic measurement code system that you can buy today. But I got mine for free. And he said, we can use this to figure out who's stalking you. See, the original reason for the traffic code was to figure out, who it was that was sending me death threats, locate them, and have them apprehended. That was the idea. It wasn't the Chronicle's idea. That was Yobi's idea and my idea. Chronicle made a joke about it. Okay? All right? So I'll get to your questions in a second. So anyway, I put that up there, and I realized, hey, as soon as I put in a post, I can do what's called A/B testing today. I can test how the traffic responds to it, and I can change the code and figure out how it adjusts. Right now, they call that A/B testing today. And so that is how I wound up making posts. And all I was trying to do was rank high in Google News, but I wanted to be number one. So if I quite literally would pick targets. So if the LA Times had a post on a subject I was interested in, I'd pick them off. Same with, all right, if the New York Post had one, I'd pick them off. New York, and Arthur Sulzberger of the New York Times got so mad He contacted the publisher. He was mad at me. I made a joke out of it. I thought it was hilarious because they didn't know what they were doing. You had 20th century people entering a 21st century world and not even thinking about it, and yet think that everybody's supposed to bow to them because they're the news of record. It's completely BS. They had not zero, they had subpar technical acumen. And so here's this black guy coming along. Literally, that's how they acted. Like, who's this black guy? And they did all but say that. So I lobbied to be the executive director of sfgate.com. Didn't get the interview. Wasn't even called. Even though Phil Bronstein had lobbied for me to be hired by them as a consultant, given what I had done. I mean, heck, I'm giving money to them. So that makes sense, right? You have ad revenue. You got ads up there. Here's this guy, better positioning you. He knows how to do it. That makes sense, right? So, I mean, I was making $3,000 a month off that from the ads. That's why when I told John what I was going to do, he was saying that's fine. I was like, cool, okay. But I saw the future of media, and I thought, hey, look, if I were running this, I'd get all the reporters on as YouTubers, teach them how to vlog, and we have an additional revenue source for them. That was my idea. So anyway, I find out they hired someone named Alana Gwen. I had no idea who she was. So I asked Valet. I said, so Valet, tell me about her. He says, well, she's really attractive. Well, really, 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 I think she's half black, he said, and half Vietnamese. And I'm just sitting on the other phone, under the phone, I'm thinking, what? And so he just keeps chortling on. And he said, she was an editor at Yardbark, or like an assistant editor or whatever. I said, okay. Now we're getting someplace. And then he said, and she went to Stanford, got her law degree. I said, aha, she went to Stanford just like you did, huh? And I said it half jokingly. But I'm thinking, and I made a video about this too. I talked about this. Because here is a guy. All right, so I actually looked up a photograph to present her, about her, as I was talking about her. The only photograph I could find of her was one of her being a hot tweeter with, hot, that's what I'm saying, a halter top and all that. That was what she was on AOL 2 years before that. I'm thinking, seriously? So Alana later wound up blocking me, banning me from putting anything on the site. Why? Because there was a story afoot that Rick Perry, Texas governor, had allegedly a gay relationship with a gentleman who was said to be the Secretary of State. That wasn't from me. That was all over the place, but it wasn't in mainstream media. It was also in Gawker. So here it is in Gawker, and I talked about it, but I couldn't put it on SF Gate because Alana didn't know what to do with it. She put it, okay. I remember she embargoed it and then said, she says, I know you like to talk about things, but send me an email. I said, I'm not putting anything in writing about you. I'm going to call you. And I called her and we talked about it. And she said, okay. So I said, you're going to do that. You're going to block me. And then I'm at war with you. I made it public. Okay. And that was the birth of Zinni 62 Media. That's where the brand came from, which is now a corporation. That whole thing. because I said I would vowed to beat the Chronicle in Oakland, at least with respect to YouTube and everything. I was going to beat him. I didn't make any equivocations about it. I just wanted to beat him. That was my objective. Even though I didn't entirely beat them out of business, I did make headway and basically diminish their effectiveness to the point where now they acknowledge as recently as last year when I break a story, as much as some of the other people within them don't want them to do that. All right. So there you go. Now, let me get into your questions. And I'm sorry, but I had to tell that story. I'm not sorry. All right. Here we go, folks. Left out there at 618 is now 641. Zinni, can you explain why the A's are asking for control of? Yeah, and I believe I explained that. Okay. Again, the control is theirs. They're able to have that control, but they don't have enough money right now or a developer partner to make that kind of comparative splash, if you will, in Las Vegas. They need partners. So they have them. They have Bally's. They have Gaming and Leisure, and they're looking for somebody else. So when they say we need partners, that's another way of saying they need money. Nothing wrong with that. I'm curious about what the Tropicana Mega Resort would look like and how it ties with the Tropicana. Let me answer you that question real quick. And I think I can get that answer for you right here, right now. Hold on a second. That's easy. Here it is. Images. I'm trying to find something that's better. Here's the one I'm looking for. Yes, that's the one. I'm wondering if I can. I got it. Okay, I got it, folks. I got it. Copy that. Go here. Whoops, excuse me. Go here. And I will. Let's see here. This is. Excuse me. I can't get that right now. Hold on a second. Go here. Oh, that's not how I want to do that, but I will. I don't want to do it like that. Where am I doing? Right here. There it is. Okay. That's it. That's the Tropicana. So let me enlarge that. This is the Tropicana Mega Resort as planned. Okay. And there it is. That's what it would look like originally. So you can see the original Tropicana is right here. See where the hand is? That's the original. This is the rest. So this is the rest of the land. This is a 600,000 square foot ballroom over here. 3,000 rooms. All right. That's the plan. That's the plan. Okay. Gabriello. And that's how it ties with the Tropicana. So there you go. Okay. So let me go here and then go back there. And we haven't missed anything. All right. Yeah, Hal the hot dog guy. Rick Grace says, Jeremy Arguello's slide yesterday said 405,000 direct visitors making $571 million in revenue. That's $1,400 per event per person. If I go to 3 games, that blows up the whole math. If you go to 3 games, it's direct visitors making. Now I have to see. There's that direct visitors, right? But if you think about, you say 400,000 per. Yeah, you have to think about hotels. So, what's the average of a hotel? Let's say a person stays 3 room nights in Vegas, 200. That's $600 right there. All right, that doesn't include the resort fee. That's between $30 and $50 per night. So you could see this per event cost per person very easily met. That is not a problem. You can go to hotels.com and try to get a room at a decent hotel on the strip. Okay. And get there with a hotel room alone. That doesn't include meals. That doesn't include shows, and that doesn't include gambling. So it is very easy to meet or exceed $1,400 per event per person. See what I'm saying, Rick Ray? Yeah, no comment. Because I don't know what he's going to do, and John hasn't made it, and I don't put much value in that. Okay, what's he going to do there? At all. But in fairness to my friend, let me say this. I think somebody needs to buy that. That's history. I mean, why not? Why not? That's history. That was the Raiders' home. It's still adorned in Raiders colors. So why not buying it? What's he going to do with it? Well, I think the question should be, what do you want him to do with it if John's going to buy it? I don't know. Ask John. I think the question is, hey, ask John. Piggybacking on my visitor question, if I fly in on Southwest for $200 rate, hotel costs 2 nights at $250, plus you forgot the resort fee, Rick. And no one stays for 2 nights. That's you. All right. You take $500, that's $700. Tickets for 3 games, $150. 3 games where? Food $200. Okay, that's $1350 for 3 night games, not $420. But from the way you presented it, you said that he said $1,400 per night. Okay? Each game is a night. All right? And so so that's where that is. He's talking, okay, and then not only that, you're thinking, all right, so you said you're going to spend so you're saying that he says that it's $1,400 per person. And that's right. You're thinking about it the wrong way. It's $1,400 per person. Now you go in for an event, it doesn't mean you stay for that one night. So Rick, what I'm saying is you're making assumptions that are not what he made. And the question you always have to ask yourself is, what did he mean? And this is the problem. Because you don't want the ace to leave, you will make assumptions that are not in favor of what he presented in an effort to prove him wrong. But you don't ask yourself the magic question. Does your assumption make sense? Given what he said? And the answer is no. You have to make it match what he said. Like, let's take the whole thing about visitors and the visitation rate being over 30,000 capacity, which implies if you're on 9 acres and you're talking about a 36-acre site, which implies the mixing of uses, then that means that You're looking at SRO crowd, standing room only. That's what that means. But see, others don't think of it that way. They try to take him literally and then say, oh, he's wrong. But then they are wrong. All right. So he meant $1,400 per person. Per person spending. That's what he meant. Okay. Because I believe the idea of combining a casino and hotel with a stadium building, either all inside the stadium or directly connected, would be a success. Thanks, Mark. Hey, I tried to do that for the Raiders. It says the idea is to have the new Bally's Hotel in the ballpark replacing the Tropicana. Yes. Gabriello says, Mark Thompson, I completely agree with you. Maybe rebrand the name and be a multi-billion-dollar resort, Vegas style. It's all competition. Peanut Butter Hero says Rick likes to get his rocks off kicking. I'm not going to. Hey, I'm going to say something here. I want us to go back to the time when it was okay to oppose each other and debate and learn. You don't flame a person because your opinion is different from theirs. That's, I don't mean to call names, but it's not a mature, those are things kids do. And I think the internet has made a lot of us really immature. Please, I beg of you, stop doing that. If you have a technical reason for disagreeing with him, bring it up. But he has a right to his view. That's why I had my friend Chris Giuliani on, because she's 16-year elected official, politician, an acknowledged expert, subject matter expert. What's the subject? Nevada Legislature, Las Vegas politics. There you go. Could be kids, okay? Mark Thomas says, looks like there might be a vote today, according to, there might not be a vote today. Wouldn't surprise me. 20 days are allowed for a special session. Some people pay for beaches, others pay for seats. Some people pay for both. There's going to be some funny math to get the team there. No, not funny at all. Raiders may win more games than the A's. Just kidding. Raiders don't win 10 plus games in a season anymore. Peanut butter is all on fire today. That problem, John, doesn't answer the question. Missed that one. Buddy, everybody understands that about math doesn't add up. No, the math adds up, Dylan. A's got more support to stay in this live stream than in real life. What are you talking about? This is nonsense. If you're talking to me, it's not nonsense. Okay. I'm happy to give you a link for a live stream. You want to come on and talk about why you think it's nonsense. Face to face. But you have to understand the techniques behind this. It isn't nonsense. It may be something you don't want. I get that. But it's not nonsense. There's a lot of logic to what's happened here. What's nonsense is what people have allowed the Oakland government to get away with. That's it. All right. Let's see here. I got a call from my other friend here, Mr. Santana. One moment. Hey, buddy, you called. We are still waiting. In fact, I'm on live again. It was on when you called, and I was talking to another friend of mine. Yeah. Hey, why don't you oh, you're at work. Oh man, I wanted them to hear your greatness. How about 30 seconds? 30 seconds. No. Well, I'm saying, say how you think about the A's, and well, just talk about your. I want to tell them about your history. That's what I want to do. All right. Okay. Okay, I understand. Oh my gosh. Oh, I get you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How's the EVs? How's the electric cars going? Really? Okay, man. I'll see you. All right, you got it. I'll see you. Just trying to get my buddy Charlie Santana Jr. to come on and talk, and he just wanted to find out where things were going. I told him, okay. He says, okay, this is getting close. Dave Cobble has answered everything well. You can tell the public is using Oakland City Council talking points. That is true. Okay, that is true. Search Shy 87 says Raiders, Warriors, and A's all left. Well, the A's aren't quite out of here. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I remember they're trying to leave. I remember Clay Thompson, Libby Schaff had a small back and forth when the Warriors left for San Francisco. I didn't see that. Is that on video? Let me see. I couldn't play for copyright reasons if it was, unless it was on local news. Let me see if I can find that. Hmm. Clay, see here. Clay Thompson, Libby SC. There. Let's see. No, let's see. I see Clay Thompson showing love to Special City of Oakland with custom kicks. I don't see that. I'm actually now. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Why did the Warriors leave the Oracle Arena? Nope. No. Trump calls Warriors Clay Thompson continues toward playoff run. Look out, Libby Chef. Clay Thompson might be coming for your job. Oh, that's when he made that political appearance. Yeah, I don't see what you're talking about there. I don't see anything that would imply with the mayor. I don't see anything that implies a disagreement with the mayor as I show this, okay? Yeah. Kate Moose says, do you think you'll be another day? You mean, yeah, absolutely. I'll be here. Do you think this vote happens today or tomorrow? Well, as I'm hearing it, it may be tomorrow. Let me check. Let's check Twitter. All right. See what's going on. Shall we? What's going on here? Brandon messaged me. Okay, Brandon Peel. I don't know who Brandon Peel is. All right. Twitter. Let's see here. Twitter at home. And let's see here. Hold on a second. 39 special. It's almost 7 o'clock. That's dinner time. So I'm going to have to go down. And, I've got to take the garbage up too, because it's garbage pickup time. So let me do this. Let me see here. 39 special session. Oh, where is this? Senate floor session. There's that. Okay, so that's there. Let me get the window. How do I want to do this? Let me do this. Let me try to get it. Let me stop that screen. Go to present. Go to share screen here. Pull this down. Then let me go to Tropicana Mega Resort here. Allow that. And then let me go down here. Then here. Go to Twitter. And voila. Okay. And then search here. And then in the legislator, how about I had amendments? Search Twitter, NV Ledge amendments. Okay, that was 6 hours ago where Mitch Akers, let me enlarge this. Zoom in. Zoom in, okay. There will be amendments made to the A's Las Vegas Stadium funding bill ahead of the special session of the legislature reconvening today, according to source. That was 6 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Yesterday, Democratic senators said they expected to see amendments to the Nevada Stadium bill addressing issues lawmakers raised during the regular session. Sources this morning are indicating senators are seeking amendments or seeing amendments for the first time today. More details to come. Then 20 minutes later, Sean Galakana, I don't know who that is. No movement expected on SB1 Stadium bill today. A Senate side appears to be still working on amendments requested by Senate Dems. Yesterday in hearing, they had requested changes such as putting more teeth into the community benefits agreement in law. All right. And then that's 15 hours later by Jeremy Koo. And let's see here. Good morning. If you slept through the end of last night, here's a whip count I agree with. My take: fence-sitting legislators gave just enough rope to insert amendments into the bill that it can get out of the Senate, but it's close. That was that. Amendments for days. Okay. What else? So it looks like I'm going to be speaking a lot on the floor today. 19 judiciary amendments to adopt by my count. 14 minutes ago, respectfully, Don Dorlupa, the only amendments that will garner a favor of the community, so they pay for the stadium if Fisher stays in whatever. That's not happening. Okay. All right, so let's go with latest, because that one now is 2019. We saw this. We saw that. Matt says the same thing. Okay, whatever. And the same tweets. All right, so last minute amendments, that's all right. All right, so there you go. So it's a bunch of tweets reporting what we talked about, these amendments. And what I talked, but in a little less detail than what I brought you. Okay? So all right. There we go. Okay. So we're back to this. All right. Folks, seeing that. Vegas is going to be a local player. Yep. Big Gray says, so they expect 2 people to 3 games in 3 days with 2 nights in hotel and fees and airfare and food stuff. It's been $8,400. No, he's saying, Ricky's saying 1,400 per person visit. He's not saying 1,400 a day. He's saying you have, or anybody would say, you have the event tracks the person, the person spends 1,400 for that event. And if you consider that a person, and you laid it out yourself, You said 3 days for $1,350. All right, that's common. Actually, you said 3 days and 2 nights. That's actually one less night than what a person normally spends in Las Vegas. And you laid out 1,350. That's only $50 off of what he was saying. You just proved this point. You just proved his point. All right? You're only going to one event. One event. You go to one event, 3 days, or I would say 4 days and 3 nights. Plus there's meals. Plus there's airfare. Plus there's transportation back and forth. Plus there's transportation around Sin City. So that's going to get you $1,400. That's all he's saying, and that's true. That's a person going there for an event. There you go. One event can't. What they're saying is that one event catalyzes that. That's what they're saying. No deal expected today. I think the golden invites go for the gentleman's sweep. Yep. Vote has to happen soon. MLB owners meeting in a few days. All right. So I've got to make sure this garbage gets taken up here. So it can be picked up. So I will do that, and I'll be back in a little bit. Maybe, realistically about 30 minutes. So or so. I'm just gonna keep this running because that thing could change anytime, and I'm not gonna stop it until they come up and say this is adjourned until tomorrow, which is what they did last night. Okay. All right. So anyway, Rick is saying the slide says 405,000 direct visitors going, 571 million from those 400. Okay. Yeah. 95 events, $1,400 per person. But Rick, that assumes one person for that visit. It doesn't say, it says 405,000 direct visitors. You assume one person, one visit, they spend $1,400. Why is that so hard to understand? There are 95 events. Okay. So I don't get it. All right. He says, thanks, take care. Well, I'm sorry to upset you, but those are the numbers, man. It says everything has been adjourned until Monday. But where was the gavel saying that? Because normally they would gavel this open. Okay. Everything's been adjourned until Monday. I don't believe that. I don't even know where you're coming from. That's ridiculous. So, you never trust texts from random people who've never visited your site before. That is a random person who's nameless. They didn't even show their name. Like, I know Rick Gray, right? Let's see here. All right. So let me take care of that. And I got this. And I'll be back. Hey, Rick, I'm not shutting this down, by the way. Hey, Rick, I got nothing but love for you, so you don't have to worry about that from me. Hope you understand what I'm saying about the numbers, though. I'll be back.
Okay, so it looks like we got some movement here. Let's see what's going on, because I believe we do. To reset this for a second. Hold on a second, folks. move it back down to where I'm at. Okay. Okay, let me check that. Let me take the StreamYard, right? Let me stop that screen, folks. I'm resetting this. Share screen. There it is. Okay. There we go. That's accurate. All right. So let me get Rick Gray is. What is he trying to say here? All right. Okay. What I'm saying, Zinni, is the 405,000 direct visitors for baseball spending at $570 million per year doesn't take into account that over half will what? That over half will what? 4,263 direct visitors to Vegas because A's spent 1,410 per event is 6 million. Ticketed events equaling. All right. This assumption says that every out of town visitor will go to one game. Okay, so they go to one game. So I'm not sure what the point is. All right. What if they go to 2 to 3 games? Now, see, this is what I'm getting at. Rick has a hard time with the A's moving. So this is motivating him to take what was being said and put it off script, And so what he's saying is, what if I go to 2 or 3 games? I'm not doubting my airfare, hotel, resorts, and fees and food and transportation. And if I go with another person and we go to 3 games and staying in the same room, use same transportation, okay, fine. How do all A's non-Raider fans feel now that they're the same boat that they were happy to see the Raiders leave? All right. Okay, this is all well and good, but my point is that a person going to Las Vegas for one game, one event, it says event, not necessarily he says event. And doing it for one of them is not unusual. I lived in Oakland. We had the World Series there for the Giants. I went to one game. I had one ticket for one game. That was it. All right. Not everybody goes to multiple games, and I would bet you that multiple people don't. But that makes, given what you're saying, that makes his estimate conservative. Just saying. Okay. So let me see here. All right, stay tuned because I still have some chores to do downstairs, folks. Be right back. Watch the screen for the Nevada Ledge. There. All right. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. I had to readjust that before I went out there. To take the garbage out because I still had that ongoing, and they were on recess and they reset something I saw when I was in the bathroom. So I just had to reset that. It's still live, Well, I didn't know. I had to change it real quick because I didn't know if they were going to come on back. So anyway, let me go out and take this outside. I'll be right back.
We'll take it up to the face. This is the way you do that.
Senate will come to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Senator Buck. Senator Canizaro. Senator Daly. Senator Ignate. Senator Dondero Loop. Senator Flores. Senator Goycochea.
The Senate will
Senator
come to
Hammond.
order. Mr. Secretary, please
Senator
call the roll.
Hanson. Senator Buck. Senator Krasner. Senator Canizaro. Senator Lang. Senator Ignate. Senator Dondero Loop. Senator Flores. Senator Goycochea. Senator Hammond. Senator Hansard. Senator Harris. Senator Krasner. Senator Titus. Senator Lang. Senator Neal. Senator Wynn.
Let the record show that there
Senator
are
Orenshaw.
17 senators present.
Senator Pizzina.
Senator Canizaro.
Senator
Thank you, Madam
Scheibel.
President Pro Tempore. Please
Senator
mark
Severs
Senators
Gansert.
Buck, Severs
Senator
Gansert, Stone,
Spearman.
and Hanson
Senator Stone.
excused, and please mark
Senator
Senator
Titus.
Wynn present when she arrives. She is in the building.
Let the record show that there are 17 now for the prayer and the pledge of allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. Please mark Senators Buck, Severs Gansert, Stone, and Hanson excused, and please mark Senator Wynn present
God
when
grant
she
me the
arrives. She is in
serenity to
building.
accept the things I cannot change, the
Thank you.
courage to change
We
the
rise
things
now
I
for
can,
the prayer
and the
pledge of
wisdom to know
allegiance,
the
given with
difference.
prayer given by
Living
our
one
own
day at a time,
Senator.
enjoying every moment at a time, accepting hardships as a pathway to peace.
Amen.
God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying every moment at a time, accepting hardships as a pathway to peace. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. Reading and approval of the journal by previous order of the Senate. The reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the President, Pro Tempore, and Secretary are authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions. Order of business number 9, motions, resolutions, and notices. Thank you. You may be seated. Reading and approval of the journal by previous order of the Senate. The reading of the journal is dispensed
Thank you,
with,
Madam
and the
President
President,
I
Pro
move
Tempore,
that
and Secretary are
that Harrison
authorized to
Brenner
make
of
the necessary
KOLO
corrections
TV be
and
accepted and
additions.
accredited as a member of the press,
Order
that they be
business number
assigned the
9,
appropriate space in the
motions,
chamber,
resolutions,
and be
and
allowed to use
notices.
the appropriate meeting facilities in the legislative building.
Thank you. You have heard the motion.
Thank you,
All
Madam
those in favor,
President Pro
aye.
Tempore. I move that
Opposed, nay.
that Harrison Brenner of
And the ayes have
KOLO
it.
TV be
Order
accepted
business
and
number
accredited
16,
as a member of the press, that they be
introduction of
assigned the
guests.
appropriate space in the chamber, they be allowed to use the
Senator
appropriate
Canizaro.
meeting facilities in the legislative building. Thank you, Madam President Pro Tempore. I move that the Senate stand in
Thank you. You
recess
have heard the motion. All
until
those in favor,
Monday,
aye. Opposed, nay.
June
And the ayes have it. Order
12th,
business number 16,
2023 at
introduction of
11 a.m.
guests. Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor,
Thank you, Madam
aye.
President Pro Tempore. I
All
move
those
that the
opposed,
Senate
nay.
stand in recess
And-
until Monday. Madam President Pro Tempore, I meant to say adjourn, not recess. June 12th, 2023.
You've just heard something, so now this is in recess. Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, aye. We are adjourned. All those opposed, nay. And
Madam President Pro Tempore, I meant to say adjourn, not recess.
you've just heard something, so now this is in recess, right? Recess. We are adjourned. We are adjourned.
Okay.
The journal by previous order of the Senate, the reading of the journal is dispensed with, and the president, pro tempore, and secretary are authorized to make the necessary corrections and additions. Other business.
Okay, folks. What the heck happened here? So we had it. What the heck is going on? Because they actually called into session here. Hold on. Because they're still. All right, that's the assembly, right? Whoops. Oh, I see. They adjourned it. All right, go back home. Yep, they convened to adjourn. So there we go. All right. Yeah, it does cost the taxpayers something like that. That's Rick Gray is absolutely correct. Let me get to your comments here. Is any time to get off the toilet? That's only half correct. That's only half correct. I was doing that, and then I had every night every week at we have a garbage pickup, and so I was making sure that the garbage got picked up, and it's a workout to haul like 250 pounds of stuff, up the hill and back. So that's what I have to do for my mom. Yeah, that's correct. Wow, what a joke! All that time for nothing. Well, no, they were engineering amendments during that time, so it wasn't from our perspective. It was not much going on, but from theirs, there was a lot going on. Monday it is then. What just happened? They were talking over each other. That was someone having their mic on, and that was feedback. That was what was going on. Okay. And sitting around for hours just to have them come back in for 2 minutes. Yeah. Nothing adjourned until next Monday, June 12th, with no start time. June 13th to 15th is the Major League Baseball owners meeting. Nevada Legislature resumes special session June 12th. Talk about great timing. They convene to adjourn. Only the state can spend $250,000 per day on a special session to go in the chambers for 4 minutes of actual video for the rest of the week. They could have left. Here's Rick. They could have left the video running. They didn't have to turn the video off. They could have left it running. Gotta love theatrics. This costs the taxpayers. Do you think this is a good thing for the A's? Yeah, it is. It's because it means that their amendments are getting installed. And if their amendments are getting installed, you're not going to, if you're against it, what was a no vote is now a yes vote. And so now it's more likely that this thing is going to pass. That's the way it looks. Okay. So no, that's not going to be stopped. And I understand that Barbara Lee has her issues with respect to the Major League agreement and the antitrust exemption, but her argument, if it's taken to the logical conclusion, basically should have wiped out every relocation that has occurred in baseball. And since the antitrust exemption has most recently faced a legal challenge and won because it's still there, it's difficult for me to see how a resolution, which is not a law, is going to change anything. It's a resolution from a senator who is running for an assembly person, a great one at that. Yet, let's face it, she is in a tough battle to be California's next senator against Adam Schiff and Katie, is it Katie? I don't know what's going on with me today. Let's see, Barbara Lee, and then comma Katie, Katie Porter. I'm sorry. Yeah, Katie Porter. And Barbara Lee, Katie Porter, and Adam Schiff. Sorry about that. So where am I headed here? We've got, I think you're asking me, got this one, got that comment. Jeff Amador, haven't seen that in a while. $250,000 cost per day for special session. I can believe that with legislators per diems plus cost of all the support staff. Or Cal Cavan says, people are tripping if they think Fisher is going to change his stripes. If he gets a park in Vegas, he's got a new park for the earthquakes too, but they are bottom of the barrel in spending still. No, I disagree with that because of the flow of dollars. And this deal, the structure of it is very much like that for the Dallas Cowboys vis-a-vis the city of Arlington, the Las Vegas Raiders with respect to the Clark County Stadium Authority, Levi's, San Francisco 49ers with respect to Santa Clara County. So this is not a new deal structure, but it's one such that the team owns the revenue that's produced by the facility. And the stadium management organization, which normally would work for the stadium authority, as is the case with the Oakland County Joint Powers Authority, works for the team. Vegas Mark says, NorCal Kevin Fisher wasn't forced to really compete in the Bay Area like he will in Vegas for the entertainment dollar. Now that's true, but you got to give it to him. What better way to compete for the entertainment dollar as Las Vegas, than to have a prime property like the one where the Tropicana Hotel sits. That's not bad. That you talk about a marquee place to be at the south end of the strip. That's it. And I think the Rays really need to focus on a design for the stadium that truly takes advantage of that location. That one doesn't at all. Let me see if there's any other news that's coming about here. Right back to before we adjourn. And I want to thank everybody for sticking around, coming in, bringing your A game in terms of questions, especially you, Rick Gray. Rick Gray always brings it. What I should do, though, is I should inform people, because I don't see this on Twitter that this has been adjourned. I don't see it readily. So I'm going to put out that this is adjourned, okay? While I have you here. Okay. All right, here. Go there. And
please, somebody help! My t-shirt, it sucks!
Put it back on and get on the table.
What?
Oh, dear God. Sloppy collar.
Please, somebody help!
That was hilarious. Okay. Obviously don't need that. So I was going to tweet that part out. But hey, that was a commercial, folks. Everything is okay. Don't worry. That was a commercial, a YouTube commercial at that. So that was okay. Now, where are we? Where was I? Aha. No, not there. There. Oh, not there. Here. Got it. Okay. In the ledge. Let's see. Oakland A's hearing adjourned to Monday. You know what that's about? They want to see the Sharks are coming on now. So everyone wants the Sharks. Did I just say that? I meant the Golden Knights. The Oakland Sharks. How's that? Adjourned. Okay. Adjourned to Monday, June 12th. No start time announced yet. Got that. Okay. Got it. Okay. Boom. Okay, so I got that out there. I've got to start my own Twitter platform. All right. So we got that. And does anybody else have any other questions? The Stanley Cup starts, I believe, now. And we're watching tennis. We're watching Roland Garros. Great tennis matches. What else? I will keep an eye on these amendments. See what else I can get. Details. Who do I think wins game 3? Las Vegas? Who do I think wins game 3? I think the Golden Knights are going to sweep. I really do. We'll see. NorCal Kevin says, when the A's were winning in middle of the pack in attendance, he never spent on the team, never, not one free agent. But here is the problem. You're equating the Coliseum revenue situation with that proposed for Las Vegas. They're not equal. The fundamental difference between the two, from a flow of revenue standpoint, okay, is very simple. Stadium management organization here at the Coliseum takes its money, it makes it, and it shares that biggest percentage with the stadium authority that owns it. That's the Oakland Alameda County Joint Powers Authority. But in the Las Vegas context, the stadium management organization gives that same chunk of money, that large amount, to the A's. They get the revenue, not the Las Vegas Stadium Authority. That's the fundamental difference. It's the same situation with the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium. It's the same situation. It's called Stadco. It's the same situation with the Cowboys in Arlington. It's the same situation with the 49ers in Santa Clara. It is a very common, and it will be the same for the Bears. When they get their facility going, it will be the same for the Washington Commanders. It will be the same for the Jacksonville Jaguars too. It is a standard in the NFL now. Started by Jerry Jones. And it hit home with me because at the 2016 fall NFL owners meeting in Houston, I went to Eric Gluckman and I said, I said, hey, in our case, Mark Davis says he wants to own the stadium, but he's going to wind up giving it to the Las Vegas Stadium Authority there. Why? And Eric said, Zinni, if I tell you that you're going to own all the revenue from the stadium, isn't that the same thing as owning the stadium? And I had to answer yes. No, all the revenue. Okay, that's the situation. So what does that mean from the perspective of the A's? It means their franchise. Okay, you calculate franchise value by revenue. No Cal Calvin, all right? So that means that their franchise value of the Athletics is going to take a gargantuan rocket ride. That's what that means. That's the difference. Okay. Let's see. What man has never done an interview? Are you talking about me? Look, if you're going to come here and do that, I'm booting you. If you're saying I've never done an interview, all you have to do is look around Zinni62. But right now, I'm booting you. I don't like you. I don't know who you are. I don't like you. I don't want you here. Bye. And your comments are deleted, NorCal Kevin. Do not come back. I have your IP address. You try to come back as somebody else, you're getting booted then too. Pray I don't block your IP address, because if I do, it means you can't come back to YouTube. You got something to say, all right? Keep it to yourself. I don't care if you say it in person, you bring your name. You learn to act like an adult, not a kid. Okay? And it's not a matter of that either. I don't have time for kids. I don't. We have other people. Rick Gray, if he has an issue, he sticks to the issue. He doesn't go all emotional. And it's a waste of time for me to deal with people like that when I have a number of other people who are not immature. I am not putting up with that. I don't ever. Go somewhere else. Let them deal with you. All right. Do you think that Oakland will now reach out and try and negotiate with the Nevada Legislature is adjourned? The question is, will the A's listen? And I think, the answer is no, because you don't go through all that work with amendments to get what you want and then turn around and say, well, now we're going to talk to Oakland. Because Oakland wasn't giving you what you were looking for anyway. And one of the really completely ridiculous arguments was that if you read SB 293 Skinner, it says that tax increment financing can be used for infrastructure improvements. That means off-site, both on and off-site. There should have been no argument but that the Public Financing Authority pays for that. But the city chose not to establish a Public Financing Authority and then not to use SB 293 Skinner and and then work on this in a fashion that's piecemeal and wonder why the A's walked away the way that they did. I'm not rubber stamping exactly how the A's walked away, but I am rubber stamping that they walked away. This was getting ridiculous. It had gotten ridiculous a year plus ago, 2 years ago. It was ridiculous in 2019 when the city was hiding tax increment revenue projected from the public. All right. So the Oakland ship has sailed long ago. Yep. Let's see here. Zinni, is Mark Davis more concerned about the A's or Jimmy G's feet? Good question. I would say he's probably more concerned about Jimmy G's feet. Hey, Rick says with regards to Stadco, wouldn't that be the same situation at Howard Terminal? No, because, well, yeah, it would be, but with the A's owning Howard Terminal, it would be, but not the Coliseum. And see, the reason why I say that, Rick, and again, it's important to think expansively. The other gentleman was presenting the comparison between the current situation and having a new stadium, but not thinking about why they didn't want to have that situation. All right. But it has to be emphasized that at the Oakland Coliseum, that situation doesn't exist right now. See, there isn't any expansive thinking. In other words, because when I ask people why you want them to stay, I don't get an answer. Because the city hasn't done Howard Terminal. The city has left this as such a mess that the last time there was any elected official related meeting was March 1st of last year, when the Port of Oakland board, which is really appointed but not elected, made the decision to give power over the voting of the development agreement to the city council. That was the last time. Then, as you remember, we had this ridiculous scuttlebutt about taking the whole thing to the voters, which was completely unnecessary, because the elected officials didn't know about the details of it to begin with, because they were never properly trained in how it worked. And when they did have sit downs with consultants, those consultants, specifically Century Urban, whom I've heavily criticized, gave them tax increment financing calculations that were quite literally missing 10 years. They didn't tell you that. You had to go through their numbers and information to figure that out. It's ridiculous. Okay? It says, is it possible legislature is dealing with the cost of the stadium and the cost of the film studios? I don't know what you mean there. Can you explain that? Why do you think they took the whole weekend off rather than voting on Friday? It's Las Vegas. It's Nevada. That's why. I think they want to watch the Golden Knights. They want to relax. It's a different culture. I get that the A's would draw all revenue from extra events at the new stadium. So the $380 million the city says they gained from a federal grants for, that's right, it was for infrastructure. And I'm glad you brought that up, Rick, because originally the infrastructure cost, it was that's for the sea level rise problem, all right? The infrastructure cost was supposed to be paid for originally through tax increment financing. That's why everybody went through the effort on the A's side. What they did was the A's went through the effort of working with Nancy Skinner to structure the deal. And then, and this is in the email, Dave Covell turns around and tells Betsy Lake, who really acts more like the project manager than Molly Mayburn, which I think is an issue. Oh, hey, by the way, we have a draft of the legislation. So they were working on their bill, just as they've done in the Nevada Legislature context, right? But they were working on their bill, but economic development was nowhere to be seen. What does that say for the staff of economic development that we had working on it? Nothing good. The A's directed this, then they paid the staff. But even then, the way they paid the staff is questionable, because I've got an email where Betsy Lake is saying to Dave Cobble, hey, there's $297,000, and until you owe us an extra $117,000, can you wire the money by tomorrow? I mean, who does that? Normally, it's your revenue officer that does that. But see, this is the kind of unprofessionalism that the voters allow and don't question. And you should, because that comes this close to looking at a violation of Section 1090 of the California Government Code. Conflict of interest. Why? Because the same Betsy Lake put herself in position looking like she was the project manager. There are a number of documents that go to the city council that have her name on them and not the person they say is the project manager, Molly Mabron. That is not right. I don't care what anyone says, that is not right. But it's also why I kept calling for now 3 years a process. A public financing authority. I wasn't just calling for this for my health. There is a way this is done. Okay? This is a way this is done. Period. End of story. And Oaklanders ought to be upset about it, but you know what? We have a society now that's more interested in having enough weed, have enough money to smoke their weed. I'm being blunt. We're not interested in truly having a better life. We're interested in just getting by. And so we wonder why things go wrong. We won't pressure our institutions to do better. I don't care if it's garbage collection or revenue collection or economic development or police or fire. And then we leave it to the elected officials to go out and get grants. And you know why they go out and get grants instead of doing tax increment financing in the Oakland context? Simple, sad reason. Because they want to be seen as the people that, got you the money, rather than changing the system so that the money goes to where it's needed on a regular basis for those same concerns. For example, $27 million grant for the Oakland Fire Department. Great. But why not do what Shangtao said she wanted to do before the election, which was use enhanced infrastructure financing district legislation and tax increment financing along with it to actually follow the terms written out in AB 464 Mullen, signed into law by California Governor Gavin Newsom in 2001. Why not say, hey, we'll use that because it includes basically Head Start, fire services. We can get money to businesses that were harmed by the pandemic, and you can engineer it so that even the fire department was aided. Note I said engineer it, okay? We didn't do any of that. And we're talking about billions, all right? Then you have Laban Hayward, so I can't be blamed for the City of Oakland issue. Okay. Isn't this a Libby Schaff issue with regard to the A's deal? What are you asking me? I mean, just say it straight out. Because I know you don't live in Oakland. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding because that's why sometimes we should call. Let me see if I can interpret what you're saying. You're saying to me, is this a Libby Schaff issue? Yeah, I said it. It started with that mayor, but it was continued by the current mayor. The current mayor did nothing. What Shangtao did was replicate the mistake that I warned Libby not to do. I said, do not use yourself as the face of this. Start a public financing authority. I laid all this out years ago as the person who convinced Dave Cobble to use public money to begin with. Me. He will tell you that. I didn't put it that way. I talked about it in legislative terms. Hey, here's SB 628 bill. It's available for you. Because he swore public money couldn't be used. So blame me. But I did it for a reason. I know that you can reorient where revenues go for tax revenues to more pointedly get resources to solve problems. Grants you can't always count on because, hey, look, you might be one of a number of cities and you get pushed out. That's what happened last fall. You get pushed out of the final selection process. With tax increment financing, you don't have to worry about that. But see, they want to be in this position where they can say, well, we did this for you, vote for me again. That's BS, man. It really is. I contend they deliberately short circuit the TIF process so they can have you beholden to whatever grant they give you, and you can basically kiss their ring. That's some stuff, man. Jeez. So the Howard Terminal project is just dead in the water? Yes. 2 years of planning, and just like that, proof I thought it was parallel paths. Well, it was parallel paths for the A's in the city. But yeah, it is. Now, is it dead in the water from a perspective of the ability of the city to implement it anyway? Where the city, if I were in charge, I would say, you know what? All right, we should build. We don't have a convention center. We should build one there because we don't have one. Our convention center downtown is only 150,000 square feet. It was finished in 1988. We have done nothing to improve that situation. That's Oakland for you. Where Grace says, I mean, the way the deal was structured by Libby Schaff was wrong and then advanced by Shantel. Correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly right, Rick. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you're very welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. So it's very sad. And like I said, I have experienced this for 37 years, this way the city has behaved, and it's only gotten worse. Strong mayor made it worse. Every city has its politics that, stops projects from happening, or maybe treats a person like me with less than the respect that they're due. But I can tell you, most cities don't. Most cities don't. Oakland has a serious problem. No city in the United States loses 3 sports teams as fast as Oakland did. It doesn't just happen. And the people writing about it thus far who call themselves journalists, you can't write about this stuff and not talk to a government person, yet that's what they do. So I'm wondering, they want to encourage people not to vote or something like that? It's ridiculous. So if Oakland A's fans want to blame anyone, you should blame the mayors of Oakland, period. That's where your blame should go. You can't expect Dave Cobble and John Fisher to do the job of Mayor Schaaf and Mayor Tao. And yet, if you look at the agreement, the A's had their own consultants, or watch my video interviews with Dave. He'll tell you a lot. I mean, there's a lot there. No wonder he stopped talking to me. I think someone told him, hey, you know what? You're giving this guy a lot of information. And he has. Okay. And he did so because I understand the economic development and politics side of the ledger. I've been there, done that, right? Been in the game, and technically still am as a consultant for hire. Don't currently have a client in that area, but love to. Almost. Love to. I'm more focused on Zenny 62 Media. In fact, I've got a board meeting later tonight. Our installation of our first broad board that includes many of our vlogger family. I'm really, really excited. But if the city of Oakland had treated me right, there would have been no need for Zenny 62 Media. This all started way back in 2004-3 when I created my first blog, because I was upset with Jerry Brown firing me and the way he treated me, and I wanted the world to know. And it went from there. So, like I said, blame the city of Oakland. I've lived this stuff. Okay? I have lived it. So you want to talk to somebody about what's wrong with Oakland? You can watch my videos, or better yet, you can call me. But talking to all these other folks who haven't worked in Oakland government, give me a break. Big Gray says, wasn't the enhanced infrastructure finance districts that the city was against? I thought they were going to create it. No, they weren't never against it at all. I don't know where you got that idea from. Libby Schaff, maybe I can find this. I think this would help you, if anything, for fun purposes. Okay. Now remember, you said you thought they were against. Is that what the word you used? Against? Was that what you were saying? Against? Let's see here. Okay. There are a number of, so where is that? There's one photo I'm going to have to repost, and I will, that was taken at the California Legislature. And it featured two of them. God, where is it? There's so many of these. Let's see here. Let me try this. Yeah, I'll have to go to my Facebook page to get it. But here's what I was going to show you, and I'll show you anyway. I have a picture of them at the legislature. 2 EIFD. Yeah, you had no, well, actually one. There was some confusion there. But let me show you this. And the reason why that I'm gonna, where is that? Oh, here we go. Right here. Okay. Right there. All right. Now, if I take this and let's see here, there it is. That was the press conference, but there's another one in Sacramento when they were going around, and see, there's another photo right here. That's Libby, that's Dave, that's Libby's husband, Sal, and that's Dominic. I haven't seen Dominic in some time. Dominic, it's getting big. All right. So my point is, the one around the ballpark and then the second one around the neighborhood. Well, see, Rick, that's where there's confusion. All right. That's the press. Okay. The way the legislation is written, you can have several zones. All right. Around one operation of collecting tax increment financing revenue. But what the media got caught up in and what the city got caught up in, which is the wrong way to do it, was in the size, the shape of the map. I had an argument about this with Lauren Taylor, and he finally came around to see what I was trying to explain to him. I said, what you're concerned about, council member, is the assessed value that's there, because you can have one map which has far greater assessed value than two, and therefore get more revenue out of that one than two. Okay. So the question is, how much assessed value do you need? You target your assessed value need, and then you find out which combination of buildings is going to get you there. The city wasn't handling it that way. The A's were to a degree, but the city wasn't. And so what happens, as happens when you let a project linger too much, the media got involved, and then things really got screwed up because you're dealing with people who are not specialists, and they're not going to take the time to explain it to the public because they're under the impression the public isn't smart enough to understand. All right? Okay? All right? Al says, I love how the people on Twitter seems to be trying to spin today as bad for the A's negotiations. Well, a lot of them are new to this process, okay? And they weren't around or paying attention to the Raiders issue. So they're going to be in for an unfortunate surprise. I'll just say that for them. And they're going to wonder what happened. And you're trying to explain it to them. And because they don't like to listen to detail, they're not going to listen. That's where we are in society. If you want to figure out where we are in society and why, just look around you in Oakland and say, how did all this happen? All right, folks. It is 8:48 tonight. I've got a board meeting to prepare for in 2 hours. Live long and prosper. And I want to thank everybody for your attendance here and your questions. And if you have any others, leave a comment or send an email, or better yet, video. Yeah, I like that. All right. And yeah, I'll be covering this on Monday. All right. Sorry if you just got here. I'm adjourning the meeting. All right. I'll see you all later. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.